Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Beyond the northern wastes, where the withered heath stretches its icy fingers across the land, where even the hardiest of travelers dare not venture, secrets of ancient days lay buried beneath snow and forgotten by time. It was in these desolate reaches that Aldrich, a young ranger whose lineage traced back to the Wardens of the North, found himself pursuing rumors of strange lights that danced across the midnight sky. The blizzard had come without warning, as storms in the north are wont to do. Swirling white obscured all direction, and Aldrich's mount, a sturdy, dappled grey named Windfoot, snorted plumes of crystallized breath as they sought shelter in the lee of a towering rock formation. What Aldrich had initially taken for a natural outcropping revealed itself, as the snow momentarily cleared, to be something far more extraordinary: ancient ruins. Their weathered stones bearing carvings in no tongue he recognized. "Easy, Windfoot," he murmured, dismounting and drawing his fur cloak tighter around his shoulders. The cold bit through leather and wool alike, but curiosity proved a powerful ward against discomfort. The entrance to the ruins gaped like a wound in the mountainside. Aldrich hesitated only briefly before striking flint to steel, lighting the pitch-soaked torch he carried. The flame guttered in the wind before steadying, casting long shadows as he ventured into the darkness. The walls within bore faded murals depicting creatures of legend, dragons soaring above mountain peaks, their wings outstretched in terrifying majesty. But unlike the tales of terror he had heard since childhood, these dragons bore riders upon their backs. "Impossible," he whispered, his voice echoing in the cavernous chamber. The histories spoke of dragons as servants of darkness, creatures of Morgoth's making, yet these images told a different tale. The passage descended, spiraling into the heart of the mountain. Ice gave way to stone, and stone to a peculiar warmth that seemed to emanate from the very foundations of the earth. When the corridor finally opened into a vast chamber, Aldrich's torch seemed suddenly insufficient against the immensity of darkness that stretched before him, yet it was not entirely dark. A faint luminescence emanated from the chamber's center, where upon a dais of obsidian stone sat the most incredible sight Aldrich had ever beheld: a throne crafted entirely of dragon bone, ivory white and massive beyond reason. The throne rose nearly 20 feet in height. Its armrests were fashioned from enormous jawbones, serrated with teeth the size of daggers. The backrest unfurled like wings, individual vertebrae articulated with such precision that they seemed poised to take flight. At its crown, a skull larger than any dragon known to history gazed down with empty eye sockets that somehow still held the weight of ancient malice. Aldrich approached with reverence, his footsteps echoing in the chamber. As he circled the dais, he noted inscriptions carved into the base, runes that shimmered with a pale blue light when the torchlight passed over them. Compelled by a force he could not name, he reached out, his fingertips barely grazing the surface of a bone armrest. The vision struck like lightning. He saw a vast empire of gleaming cities where dragons and humans dwelled in harmony. He witnessed robed figures conducting rituals around a newborn dragon, binding its will to their own. He felt the rage of dragons enslaved and the terrible vengeance of their rebellion. He saw a being of immense power, neither human nor dragon but something more primordial, commanding legions of winged shadows that blotted out the sun. And then, betrayal. A circle of mages channeling power into a ritual of binding, the primordial being howling as its essence was torn from physical form and imprisoned within bone and sinew, shaped into a throne of power and containment. Aldrich stumbled back, gasping, his hand burning as if plunged into flame. The torch had fallen, guttering on the stone floor, but he no longer needed its light. The throne now pulsed with an internal glow, rhythmic as a heartbeat. So, another has come to gaze upon the binding chair. The voice, deep and resonant, came from the shadows behind him. Aldrich whirled, drawing his sword in one fluid motion. From the darkness emerged a figure clad in grey robes, leaning heavily upon a staff of twisted ashwood. His face was weathered as the mountains themselves, eyes pale as winter skies. "I am Caranthir," the old man said, "last of the keepers. We have watched this place for generations, waiting. Waiting for what?" Aldrich demanded, sword still raised. "For what you have just done." Caranthir's expression was grim. "When the throne is touched by one of power, the binding weakens. And you, Ranger, carry more power than you know." In the days that followed, as they journeyed south toward the rebuilt city of Dale, Caranthir revealed the terrible truth. The throne contained the essence of Ankalagan the Black, not the dragon known from legend, but an entity far older, from whom all dragons descended. A being that had existed before Morgoth had twisted dragonkind to his will, a creature of elemental fire and primal chaos. "The binding has held for ages," Caranthir explained, as they made camp beneath the shadow of the lonely mountain. "But it was never meant to last forever. The order that created it has long since faded from memory, their knowledge lost." Dale had changed since the tales Aldrich had heard in his youth. Rebuilt after the fall of Smaug, it had grown into a prosperous city under the rule of King Brander, descendant of Bard the Bowman. The King's Hall stood at the city's heart, adorned with tapestries depicting the slaying of Smaug and the Battle of Five Armies. Yet something was amiss. Guards walked the streets in numbers that suggested preparation for war rather than peacetime vigilance. Civilians spoke in hushed tones, casting glances to the north. And when Aldrich and Caranthir sought audience with the king, they found a ruler, haggard with worry. "More dragon eggs," King Brander said, gesturing to a map where markers indicated discoveries in the northern mountains. "3 more nests found this month alone, and the hatchlings—" He shuddered. "They are wrong. 2-headed, with scales like obsidian glass. They speak in tongues no man should understand." A woman stepped from the shadows behind the throne. Her robes were crimson and gold, her features sharp and beautiful in a way that suggested origins far to the east. "The signs align with ancient prophecies," she said, her voice carrying the lilt of distant lands. "LOTR has studied the old texts. The time of awakening is upon us." Caranthir stiffened at the name. "LOTR, one of the blue wizards, long thought lost in the eastern lands?" The woman smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "Lost. No, enlightened, perhaps. There is much the West never understood about the nature of dragons." That night, as they were given quarters in the King's Hall, Caranthir whispered urgent warnings. "LOTR was sent east with Palando in the Second Age to counter Sauron's influence, but they vanished from knowledge. If she serves him now—" "She?" Aldrich questioned. "A vessel, perhaps, or a disguise." "The Istari are not bound to single forms as mortals are," Their suspicions proved well-founded. 3 days later, as they investigated the tales of dragon eggs, they discovered a hidden chamber beneath the city where cultists gathered around a massive egg suspended in a cradle of enchanted metal. LOTR stood at its center, chanting in a language that made the very air shiver. When confronted, she revealed her true purpose, not to protect the realm from dragons, but to accelerate their return. The throne's binding was weakening, and with it, the Ancient One's influence reached out across the land, calling to the dormant eggs buried in the northern wastes. "The age of men is ending," she declared, her eyes glowing with unnatural fire. The first dragons were not corruption, but were themselves corrupted. Their true nature, divine and terrible, will be restored, and I shall be the hand that guides them. What followed was a desperate race against time. While King Brander rallied the forces of Dale and sent messengers to the dwarves of Erebor, Aldrich and Caranthir sought ancient knowledge. In the libraries of the Mountain King, they discovered scrolls speaking of a weapon forged in the First Age, Drakenbane, a spear whose head was crafted from a shard of star metal, capable of piercing even the hide of the greatest dragons. The weapon lay in a forgotten treasury deep within the mountain, protected by mechanical traps of dwarven make. With the aid of Thrain, a young dwarven prince with a gift for mechanisms, they recovered the spear just as the first of the corrupted dragons descended upon the city. The battle that ensued would be sung of for generations to come. Dragons with scales like polished obsidian rained fire upon the walls of Dale. Creatures that were neither fully dragon nor fully human, the first of LOTR's hybrids, scaled the defenses with unnatural speed. Dwarven war machines launched harpoons that found few marks among enemies that moved like shadow. At the heart of the chaos, Aldrich confronted LOTR in the Chamber of the Egg. The spear Drakenbane glowed with an inner light as he faced the wizard, who had shed her human guise to reveal a form wreathed in blue flame. "You cannot stop what has begun," she hissed, her voice overlaid with another, deeper and more terrible. "The throne is broken. The Ancient One stirs. This world will burn in glorious renewal." Their clash shook the foundations of the chamber. Magic against determination, ancient power against a weapon forged to counter it. When Drakenbane finally pierced LOTR's heart, the resulting explosion collapsed the chamber, burying the great egg beneath tons of stone. Yet, even as the immediate threat was quelled, Aldrich knew their victory was merely a postponement of the inevitable. The throne's binding continued to weaken. Somewhere in the frozen north, the essence of the first dragon strained against its prison. As he stood upon the walls of Dale, watching the smoke rise from the battle's aftermath, Aldrich made his decision. He would gather allies from every free people, men, dwarves, and even elves, if any remained in Middle-earth. Together they would journey north to face the awakening threat. For the throne of dragon bones had stirred from its long slumber, and with it, a power that threatened to reshape the world in fire and shadow. The Ancient One was calling his children home. Story 2. The silver-winged seagull descended from the pearl-grey sky, its path unnaturally straight as it glided toward the small garden where Peregrine Took sat enjoying his morning pipe. Age had bent Pippin's back and silvered his once golden curls, but his eyes remained bright with the same curiosity that had led him into adventure nearly 8 decades prior. The bird landed with impossible grace upon the armrest of his chair, fixing him with eyes that shimmered with an intelligence no mortal creature should possess. "Well now," Pippin murmured, "you're a long way from the sea, aren't you?" The gull tilted its head and opened its beak. From within its throat came not a squawk, but a soft, melodious voice that sent shivers down Pippin's spine. "Aya, Peregrine took, Melon and Frodo Baggins. It spoke in perfect Elvish. The Valar send tidings. The last guardian has fallen. The seal weakens. He awakens. Then the bird dropped something from its beak, a small cylinder of silver-white wood that gleamed with inner light. As Pippin's trembling fingers reached for it, the seagull spread its wings and vanished, not flying away, but dissolving into motes of light that scattered on the morning breeze. Within the cylinder, Pippin found a map drawn in a hand he recognized instantly. The gentle loops and precise lines belonged to Frodo, his dear friend who had sailed to the Undying Lands after bearing burdens no hobbit should carry. The map showed lands Pippin had never seen on any chart, and at its center, an island shaped like a perfect five-pointed star, surrounded by what appeared to be a ring of perpetual storm. At the bottom of the parchment, in faded ink, were words that made Pippin's heart race. What was forged in fire cannot truly perish. A fragment remains. The outsider has found the crack between worlds. Only blood memory can seal it again. 3 weeks later, in the grand hall of what once was Rivendell, Pippin stood before 3 figures who represented the last alliance of the peoples of Middle-earth. Though the elves had largely departed these shores, the halls still echoed with ancient magic, the waterfalls still singing their eternal songs through the mist-shrouded ravines. "And Dun, my grandfather, spoke often of your courage, Master Took," said Gimli, son of Gimli, his copper beard braided with intricate silver clasps that clinked softly as he bowed. Unlike his father, this younger Gimli was lithe and tall for a dwarf, his eyes more green than brown, legacy of his grandmother, one of the few secrets the elder Gimli had taken decades to reveal. "Dulai, and my father told me that hobbits possess wisdom that towers over the tallest of trees," added Legolas Greenleaf II, who bore little resemblance to his namesake. This Legolas had been raised in the world of men after his father sailed west. His golden hair cut short in the style of Gondor, his expression more guarded than any elf Pippin had known. A half-blood, some whispered, though none dared say it to his face. The third figure remained hooded, standing apart from the others, her silhouette outlined by the dying light filtering through stained glass windows. Éowyn, great-granddaughter of Aragorn and Arwen, had arrived last and spoken least. The legendary sword Andúril hung at her hip, reforged once more after being shattered in some conflict Pippin had only heard rumors of. "You've brought us here with talk of doom and ancient evils," she said finally, pushing back her hood to reveal features that echoed both the Evenstar's timeless beauty and the weathered determination of the Rangers. "Yet you speak of sailing to an island that doesn't exist on any map, seeking a fragment of power that should have been destroyed generations ago." Pippin nodded, unrolling Frodo's map upon the stone table before them. "I don't ask you to trust me," he said, his voice steady despite the pain in his joints. "I ask you to trust him, the ringbearer, the one who saved us all." The map seemed to shimmer in the fading light, the ink shifting like living things upon the parchment. The island at its center pulsed with a faint golden glow. "The dreams have already begun, haven't they?" Pippin asked, looking at each of them in turn. "Dreams of a voice from the void. Dreams of stars going dark one by one. Dreams of something vast and hungry pressing against the fabric of our world." The silence that followed told him everything. Their journey took them through a Middle-earth transformed by time and conflict. The Greenway was now a broad road paved with white stone, connecting thriving towns where once had been wilderness. The Barrow Downs had been cleansed of their ancient evil, transformed into memorial gardens where the history of the War of the Ring was preserved in living sculptures of intertwined trees and flowering vines. Yet, not all changes spoke of prosperity. As they traveled west toward the Grey Havens, they passed through forests where the trees whispered warnings, their branches turning away from certain points in the night sky. Villages stood abandoned, not from violence but from a creeping dread that had driven the inhabitants away, leaving meals half-eaten on tables and doors swinging in the wind. "The dreams are strongest here," Eowyn said, as they made camp in what once had been Michel Delving. "They speak of hunger, of the cold between stars, of a patience that spans eons." Gimli nodded grimly, running a whetstone along the edge of his axe. A nervous habit rather than necessity, for the dwarven blade needed no honing. The mines of Moria were sealed again last spring, not because of balrogs or goblins, but because the deepest shafts began to change. Tunnels that led nowhere yesterday would stretch endlessly today. Miners reported hearing whispers in the dark, seeing reflections in still pools that moved independently. Legolas, who had been distant throughout their journey, finally spoke. "My father's last letter before he sailed spoke of a shadow on the edge of sight. The Valar themselves," he wrote, "had begun to arm for war against something that clawed at the boundaries of E." Pippin nodded, his gnarled fingers tracing the lines of Frodo's map. "Then we are agreed. We sail at dawn." The ancient shipwright who greeted them at the Grey Havens was no elf, but a weathered human woman with eyes as deep and blue as the sea itself. "Caiadan foresaw your coming," she said without preamble. "The ship is ready." The vessel awaiting them seemed crafted from light itself, its white wood gleaming with an inner radiance, its sails shimmering like gossamer. At its prow was carved a figure whose features shifted with each passing moment, sometimes appearing as Galadriel, sometimes as Elrond, sometimes as faces none of them recognized. "The last gift of the Eldar," the shipwright explained, "forged from the remnants of all their great vessels, imbued with the memory of the straight road. It will take you where you need to go, though whether it can return." She shrugged. "That depends on whether there is a world to return to." 7 days, they sailed through seas that grew increasingly strange, waters that flowed uphill in defiance of nature, nights where the stars rearranged themselves into unfamiliar constellations, days where the sun seemed to pulse with colors no human tongue had names for. Through it all, Frodo's map guided them, the golden light at its center growing brighter with each passing hour. On the 7th dawn, the island appeared on the horizon, a perfect star shape of gleaming black stone rising from waters that churned and boiled without heat. At its center stood a single tower of obsidian, so tall its peak was lost in the clouds. As they approached, the sea itself seemed to resist them, waves rising like walls, then falling away as if repelled by some invisible force surrounding their vessel. "Look there," Legolas whispered, pointing to the shoreline. Figures moved along the black sand, hundreds, perhaps thousands of them. As the ship drew closer, they could see these were no living beings but shadows, each bearing the unmistakable silhouette of creatures familiar to their companions. Hobbits, dwarves, elves, men, all moving with purpose toward the central tower. "Echoes," Pippin said, remembering Frodo's words scrawled at the map's edge. "Memories of all who ever felt the ring's power, however distantly." They landed on a small outcropping of rock, the only approach not swarming with the shadow figures. The moment they stepped from the ship, each felt a change, a weight upon their spirits, a pulling sensation toward the tower. "It calls to us," Eowyn said, her hand instinctively gripping Anduril's hilt. "The fragment, not the fragment," Gimli corrected, his voice hollow. "What lies beyond it, what seeks it." The tower's interior spiraled upward, each level revealing chambers that defied comprehension, rooms that contained landscapes, halls that looped back upon themselves, stairways that seemed to ascend and descend simultaneously. The shadow figures passed through them, unaware of the living beings who climbed toward the pinnacle. At the tower's peak, they found a chamber open to the sky, not the sky of Middle-earth, but a void filled with unfamiliar stars and yawning darkness. Floating in the chamber's center was a shard of gold no larger than a fingernail, spinning slowly in the air. "The last fragment of the One Ring," Pippin whispered. As they approached, the fragment's rotation increased, and the darkness between the stars seemed to deepen, to press closer. A voice spoke directly into their minds, not with words but with sensations, hunger, anticipation, triumph. "It's using the fragment as an anchor," Legolas realized aloud, "a way to reach into our world." Éowyn unsheathed Andúril, its legendary blade glowing within a fire. "Then we destroy it and seal the breach." But Pippin raised his hand. "No." Frodo's message was clear. What was forged in fire cannot truly perish. "We cannot destroy it. We must use it. Blood memory," he said. "The blood of those who touch the ring's power flows in your veins." Understanding dawned in their eyes. Each of them carried the legacy of those who had fought the ring's corruption. Gimli through his father, Legolas through his, Éowyn through Aragorn and the healing hands of a king. As the darkness between stars began to coalesce, taking on a form too vast and terrible to comprehend, they joined hands around the spinning fragment. Their blood, dwarf, elf, and human, mingled with the courage of hobbits through Pippin's presence, created something new, not a wall to repel the ancient evil, but a mirror to reflect it back upon itself. The fragment flared with golden light that expanded outward, engulfing them in radiance that stretched beyond the tower, beyond the island, forming a new kind of ring, not of power or domination, but of protection. The presence from beyond the stars recoiled, its vast consciousness fragmented by its own reflected hunger. The void began to recede, the unfamiliar stars winking out one by one until only the familiar night sky of Middle-earth remained. Where the fragment had been now floated a perfect crystal sphere, within which could be seen miniature galaxies swirling in eternal dance. "A seal," Pippin said softly, "not of destruction, but of creation. The enemy cannot breach what it cannot comprehend, and it cannot comprehend beauty freely given." They returned changed, bearing the crystal between them, a new artifact of power unlike any Middle-earth had known. Not to be used or wielded, but to be protected and remembered. In the years that followed, they would establish a new fellowship, guardians not of a ring to be destroyed, but of a memory to be preserved. For as Frodo had learned in his final days in the Undying Lands, true power lay not in domination, but in sacrifice, not in strength, but in mercy. The last map of the ringbearer had led not to destruction, but to creation, a fitting legacy for one who had carried darkness so that light might endure. And in the heavens above Middle-earth, a new star appeared, shining with golden light, a beacon and a warning, a reminder that while evil might be ancient and patient, so too was hope eternal and unyielding. Story 3. The black crystal erupted from the earth with a sound like breaking glass, its obsidian surface drinking in the morning light rather than reflecting it. Where dew-kissed meadows had stretched just yesterday, now stood a jagged monolith that seemed to pulse with malevolent purpose. Nearby, flowers withered, their petals curling inward as though recoiling from some unseen poison. A thrush that landed momentarily upon its surface fell dead instantly, its tiny body shriveling until nothing remained but dust carried away on the wind. In the hidden valley, Imladris Ithil to the elves who had crafted its protective enchantments ages ago, such corruption was unprecedented. Nestled in a secret cleft between the Blue Mountains and the Western Sea, the valley had remained untouched by the darkness that had periodically swept across Middle-earth. Here, beneath perpetually star-dusted skies and protected by ancient wards, the last truly mixed community of free peoples had thrived for generations. Hobbits tended their gardens alongside human farmers, while dwarven crafters and the few remaining elves who had chosen to stay worked in harmony to preserve knowledge that elsewhere had fallen into legend. Now that harmony lay shattered like the earth around the crystal spire, Samuel Gamgee, great-grandson of the famed Samwise who had accompanied Frodo Baggins on the quest of the ring, knelt beside his withering herb garden and felt tears of frustration sting his eyes. The black crystals had appeared 3 weeks prior, and each day brought new eruptions. With them came disturbing changes. Neighbors who had lived peacefully for decades now quarreled over trifles. Children complained of nightmares filled with whispers of power and dominion, and animals either fled the valley or turned feral and savage. Sam was no warrior, no scholar of ancient lore. At 54, his golden-brown curls now streaked with silver, he had devoted his life to the study of medicinal plants, developing remedies that combined hobbit folk wisdom with elvish herbal knowledge. His garden had been renowned throughout the valley. Now half of it lay blighted, and his most potent remedies proved useless against the strange ailments afflicting the valley's inhabitants. "Master Gamgee," the voice came from behind him, deep and resonant as stone. "The council requires your presence." Sam turned to find Durin standing at his garden gate. Though he called himself simply a traveling merchant, there was something in his bearing that had always suggested nobility to Sam. The dwarf wore simple traveling clothes, but the axe at his belt bore runes that glowed faintly, even in daylight. "I'm no good to them," Sam replied, gesturing helplessly at his ruined garden. "I can't even save my own plants, let alone the valley." "It is not your herbs they seek," Durin said, his dark eyes seeming to evaluate Sam anew. "It is your blood." The Council of Guardians gathered in the ancient stone circle at the valley's heart, where 13 thrones of different heights and designs accommodated the representatives of each race. 5 seats now stood empty, their occupants having succumbed to a strange malady that left them catatonic, their eyes open but unseeing, their lips moving in silent communion with something beyond perception. As Sam entered the circle, escorted by Durin, he felt the weight of expectation in every gaze. Particularly disconcerting was the stare of Aranel, the half-elven woman who served as chief guardian. Her eyes held an inner light that seemed too bright, too ancient for her youthful face. "You have avoided our summons twice, Samuel Gamgee," she said, her voice melodious yet tinged with steel. "The luxury of refusal is no longer yours to claim." Sam shifted uncomfortably. "I'm a gardener, my lady, nothing more." "You are the last living descendant of Samwise the Brave, who carries his blood undiluted," corrected an elderly hobbit councillor. "Under the blood of one who briefly bore the One Ring, who stood in the fires of Mount Doom, who defied the darkness when all hope was lost." "An accident of birth grants me no special powers," Sam protested. Aranel rose from her throne, and in the fading light, Sam could have sworn a star flickered upon her brow. "Then you have not dreamed of the foundations, of the 4 cornerstones buried beneath ancient battlefields. Of the voice that calls from beneath the world." Sam's mouth went dry. The dreams had come nightly since the first crystal appeared, visions of 4 stones gleaming with inner fire, buried beneath places whose names echoed with tragedy and triumph. Weathertop, Helm's Deep, Pelennor Fields, and the Black Gate itself. How could you know? He whispered. Durin stepped forward, dropping all pretense of the humble merchant. His bearing now was unmistakably royal, his voice commanding, "Because I have dreamed them too, as has Aranel. We three are bound by more than chance. Samuel Gamgee. I am Durin Seven, rightful king of Moria, descendant of Gimli, who was fellowship brother to your ancestor." Aranel touched her brow, where the momentary star gleam had appeared. "And I carry within me the last light of Arendil, passed down through my grandmother Arwen Evenstar. We three represent the bloodlines of all who stood against the darkness in the Third Age. And now that darkness stirs again," said Durin grimly. The journey to the first foundation stone nearly cost them their lives before they'd traveled a league from the valley. The protective enchantments that had hidden Imladris Ithil for centuries now worked against them, creating bewildering illusions and treacherous paths where solid ground had always been. It took Aranel's light, a soft radiance she could summon from her palm that dispelled false visions, to guide them through. Beyond the valley's boundaries, the world had changed in ways Sam had heard of only in council reports. The peaceful lands of Eriador had grown wild again, with ancient forests reclaiming fields and settlements. This rewilding might have been beautiful had it not carried a sense of watchfulness, of hunger. Eyes gleamed from thickets, unblinking and calculating. Whispers followed their passage, too faint to decipher but unmistakably malevolent. "The earth remembers," Durin explained as they made camp the first night. "In the deepest places, beneath mountains and forests, memory lingers longest. And the darkest memories have begun to wake." They found the first stone buried beneath the ruined watchtower of Weathertop, where Frodo had been wounded by the Morgul blade centuries before. It pulsed with a steady blue light when Sam's hands closed around it, recognizing the bloodline of those who had stood there against the Nazgul. The second stone, amber-hued and warm to the touch, lay beneath a collapsed section of Helm's Deep's outer wall. Durin's touch ignited its inner fire, remembering the courage of Gimli and the alliance of dwarves and men. At Pelennor Fields, now a vast meadow where crimson poppies bloomed in perpetual memorial, the third stone gleamed silver-white, responding to Aranel's heritage as she unearthed it from beneath a weathered mound marked with the emblem of Gondor. The final stone waited at the place where the Black Gate of Mordor had once stood. Now nothing remained but a blasted plain where nothing grew and birds would not fly. The stone, black as the crystals corrupting the hidden valley but veined with threads of gold, lay half exposed in the barren soil, as if the earth itself had been slowly rejecting it. When Sam lifted it, the stone spoke directly into his mind with a voice like mountains grinding together. "At last." "Or it was never meant to contain a foundation stone," Sam explained to his companions as they hastened back toward the hidden valley, each carrying one of the gleaming artifacts. It was a prison seed. The revelation had come the moment all 4 stones had been gathered. Their proximity to one another had triggered a cascade of visions, knowledge flowing into Sam's mind with such force he had collapsed, awakening hours later with terrible clarity about what they faced. "The black crystals in the valley are fragments of Morgoth's essence," he continued, his voice hollow with dread. "When the Valar cast him into the void at the end of the First Age, they knew his power was too great to be truly destroyed. Instead, they bound portions of his consciousness to 4 keystones, then separated them across what would become the future battlefields of Middle-earth." Durin's expression darkened. "And now, they're awakening. But why? The stones have lain dormant for ages. Because the world is changing, Aranel replied, her gaze distant. The magic that sustained the bonds is fading as the last of the elves depart Middle-earth. Without renewal, Morgoth returns, Sam finished. Not as himself, but as a corruption that spreads until nothing remains of the world we know. They reached the hidden valley to find it transformed. Black crystals erupted everywhere, their surfaces reflecting distorted images of the valley's inhabitants as they fought one another in mindless rage or stood entranced, worshipping the larger formations. The protective dome of enchantment that had hidden the valley for centuries now shimmered visible to the naked eye, cracks spreading across its surface like spider webs. At the valley's heart, where the council circle stood, a massive crystal spire had erupted, towering hundreds of feet into the air. Within its translucent depths, a darkness moved, taking shape, a colossal figure of shadow and malice, nearly formed enough to step forth into the world. "The stones," gasped Aranel. "They must be returned to the circle. The ancient runes..." They fought their way to the circle, past friends and neighbors now transformed into snarling guardians of the corruption. The council thrones still stood, though now crystalline growths erupted from their surfaces. Sam placed his stone in the center of the circle, and Durin and Aranel added theirs, arranging them in a triangle. The moment the final stone, the black prison seed from the Black Gate, joined them, the four stones rose into the air, spinning in a circle that grew faster until they became a ring of pure light. "Blood of the ringbearers!" Aranel cried over the howling wind that had erupted around them. Blood of the Fellowship, blood freely given to renew the bonds. Sam understood then why he had been chosen. Drawing a small blade from his pocket, a simple gardening knife he had carried since childhood, he sliced his palm and let the blood fall upon the spinning stones. Durin and Aranel did the same, their blood mingling in the air, drawn into the vortex of light. The massive crystal spire shuddered, the dark figure within writhing in sudden agony. Cracks appeared along its surface, spreading rapidly as the light from the spinning stones intensified. The shadowy form within seemed to dissolve, streaming upward as the spire shattered outward in an explosion that should have destroyed everything in the valley. Instead, the fragments transmuted into motes of light as they fell, like stars returning to the sky. Where they touched the corrupted ground, health was restored. Where they brushed against the maddened inhabitants, sanity returned. The four stones, now permanently fused into a single crystal orb, veined with the combined blood of their sacrifice, descended gently into Sam's outstretched hands. Within its depths, a darkness remained, contained, bound, but eternal. A reminder that some evils could never be destroyed, only guarded against through eternal vigilance. The first guardians used their blood to bind Morgoth's fragments, Sam said softly. Now we have renewed that bond and created the Council of Blood Guardians, Aranel added, looking at their wounded palms where identical crescent scars were already forming, bound by choice rather than chance. Durin nodded solemnly. The hidden valley remains hidden, and Morgoth remains imprisoned. But this time, we know what we guard against. In Sam's hands, the orb pulsed once, acknowledging the truth of a burden freely accepted and the dawn of a new age of vigilance in the hidden valley. Story 4. Blood gleamed like liquid rubies upon the marble floor of Erebor's great hall, pooling beneath the ornate silver crown that had tumbled from King Thorin IV's head as he collapsed. The assembled dwarven nobles stood frozen in horror as the monarch's final breath rattled through his beard, his fingers still clutching the raven scepter, symbol of his authority and the last artifact crafted by Thorin Oakenshield himself before the Battle of Five Armies. In the shadowed alcove where scribes recorded the proceedings, Mira Pekanina's quill hovered above parchment, ink dripping unnoticed onto the day's immaculate records. Though barely reaching the height of a dwarf child, the Hobbit had earned her place as chief archivist through years of meticulous service. Now, as whispers of poison rippled through the hall, her keen eyes caught what others missed: three distinct expressions among the noble houses. House Ironfoot's representatives showed genuine shock. House Stonehelm's members exchanged knowing glances, while the lords of House Firebeard studied not the fallen king, but the exits, as if calculating escape routes. The crown rolled to a stop at the feet of Lord Dine Stonehelm, who made no move to touch it as guards rushed forward. "The king is dead," announced Baruch Firebeard, his voice echoing against the emerald-veined walls and impossibly high ceiling of Erebor's throne room, "and he leaves no heir. The time of succession is upon us." Three factions, three mountains, one throne, and not a drop of royal blood to claim it. That night, while civil war brewed in Erebor's upper chambers, Mira burned the midnight oil in the forgotten depths of the archives. Ancient tomes surrounded her small desk, their pages yellowed and brittle with age. 6 generations of hobbits had served as record keepers in Erebor since the legendary alliance formed after the War of the Ring, and Mira's ancestors had carefully preserved knowledge others deemed unimportant. "The answer must be here," she muttered, her fingers tracing faded dwarven runes. Or King Thorin wouldn't leave his kingdom to chance. The familiar scent of parchment and leather bindings usually brought her comfort, but tonight, even the library felt dangerous. Twice she had heard footsteps pause outside the heavy oak doors before continuing on. Someone was searching the archives, someone who did not wish to be seen. Her hands trembled as she unlocked the hidden compartment beneath her desk, a secret passed from one Hobbit archivist to the next. Inside lay a small iron key, engraved with the symbol of a mountain peak encircled by 7 stars, the key to the 7th vault, where records deemed too dangerous or controversial for common knowledge were sealed by royal decree. The lock yielded with a reluctant groan, revealing a chamber untouched for decades. Dust motes danced in the light of her lantern as Mira's gaze fell upon a small chest bound with mithril bands. Upon its lid was inscribed a simple phrase in ancient Kuzdul: "When the direct line fails, seek the blood that flows between mountains and men." Inside lay a single scroll sealed with blue wax bearing the personal mark of Thorin Oakenshield himself. As Mira broke the seal, a sound at the archive entrance froze her blood. The main doors crashed open, followed by the heavy tread of armored boots. With trembling hands, she stuffed the scroll into her inside pocket, doused her lantern, and pressed herself into the shadows behind a massive bookshelf. "Search everything," commanded a harsh voice she recognized as belonging to Crom Firebeard, youngest and most ruthless of the claimants to the throne. The halfling knows something. "Find her manuscripts, her records, anything that speaks of succession." "And if we find the halfling herself?" asked another voice. The silence that followed was answer enough. Dawn found Mira fleeing through Erebor's lesser-known passages, heart hammering against her ribs. The scroll felt heavy as a millstone against her chest. She had read its contents by moonlight from a high window embrasure, words that would remake the kingdom if they became known, or end her life if she were caught with them. "To the keeper of records, let it be known that my sister Dis bore not 2 sons, but 3. Her youngest, born of secret union with a man of Dale, was sent away for his protection, bearing the mark of Durin upon his left shoulder. a seven-starred birthmark that cannot be counterfeited. He was given to the guardian I trust above all others, who dwells where fire meets ice at the edge of the world. If direct succession fails, find the half-blood prince. The throne is his by right of blood and ancient law. So absorbed was Mira in her flight that she nearly collided with a towering figure rounding the corner. Strong hands steadied her shoulders as she stifled a scream. "Easy, little one," rumbled a familiar voice. "Where these are dangerous times for midnight wanderings." Dwalin, captain of the king's guard, gazed down at her with eyes like storm clouds. Though advanced in years, his arms remained thick as tree trunks. His beard now more silver than black, but still intricately braided with runes of protection. He had served 3 kings of Erebor, his loyalty to the throne rather than any faction, making him both respected and isolated in the current crisis. "Captain, Mira began, then hesitated. Trust was a luxury she could ill afford, yet she could not escape alone. Something in her expression must have revealed her plight, for Dwalin leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "You found something in the archives, something the houses would kill for." It wasn't a question. Mira nodded tightly. Dwalin straightened, his gaze sweeping the corridor. "My loyalty is to the rightful king, whoever that may be. If you know something of succession, I am bound by oath to hear it." Before Mira could respond, a shadow detached itself from an alcove behind them. Instinctively, Dwalin pushed Mira behind him, his axe appearing in his hand with startling speed for one so aged. "Peace, old friend," came a silken voice as Nori stepped into the torchlight. Once the spy master of Thorin Oakenshield's company, now a grey-bearded enigma whose allegiances were as shifting as quicksilver. "I come not for blood, though others follow who seek exactly that." "Firebeard's assassins," Dwalin growled. "How many?" "6. Well armed. They know the halfling has discovered something." Nori's calculating eyes shifted to Mira. "The question is, what price would you pay for safe passage out of the mountain, little archivist?" "Whatever I have," Mira replied, clutching the scroll tighter. Something unreadable flickered across Nori's face. "Then we haven't a moment to lose." The secret passage emerged half a league from Erebor's main gates, opening onto a narrow ledge overlooking the long lake. Dawn painted the water copper and gold, the ruins of old Esgaroth still visible as dark shapes beneath the surface. Behind them, smoke rose from Dale's chimneys as the city of men awakened to another day, unaware of the power struggle unfolding within the mountain. "We'll need horses," Dwalin said, securing his axe across his back, "and supplies." "Already arranged," Nori replied with a thin smile. "Bold habits die hard." Mira gazed back at the solitary peak of Erebor, rising majestic against the sky. "Where do we go?" The scroll speaks of where fire meets ice at the edge of the world. That could be anywhere. "Not anywhere," Dwalin corrected, his voice solemn. "There is only one place Thorin Oakenshield would have entrusted with his sister's son. The Grey Mountains, where the ancient fire drakes made their last stand against the cold drakes of the north." Nori's eyes widened. "Surely you don't suggest the child was given to dragons?" "Not just any dragons," Dwalin replied. "Thorin once spoke of a debt owed to one who had renounced the evil of his kind. A shapeshifter who walked sometimes as dragon, sometimes as man." "Dragonkin," Mira breathed, remembering ancient texts that spoke of such creatures, neither fully dragon nor fully humanoid, but possessing the powers of both. The texts said they had died out ages ago. "Much that was thought lost merely hides from the world's sight," Dwalin said. "As we must now do." Their journey north took them through lands transformed by the decades since the War of the Ring. The greenwood, once Mirkwood, now flourished with life, though whispers of darkness still lingered in its deepest hollows. They skirted its western edge, following the path of the Anduin through valleys where ancient standing stones watched their passage with silent indifference. Nori proved both asset and enigma, his network of contacts providing fresh horses and safe houses along their route. Yet Mira could not shake the sense that the old dwarf measured each revelation against some internal ledger of profit and loss. When she unrolled the scroll before their campfire on the third night, his eyes gleamed with calculation. A half-blood heir, he mused. Neither fully dwarf nor fully man. Some would call that an abomination unfit for rule, and some would do anything to seize power themselves. Dwalin countered, staring hard at his old companion, even kill their king. Nori's hand drifted to a slender dagger at his belt. Careful, old friend. Accusations without proof are dangerous in these times, as are assassins who suddenly decide to become protectors. Mira intervened hastily. Who sent you to find me, Nori? And why help us escape rather than simply take the scroll? Something like respect flickered in Nori's gaze. Sharp as mithril, this one, he commented to Dwalin before turning back to Mira. House Stonehelm paid handsomely for information about succession documents. I delivered what they wanted, carefully edited. Then House Firebeard offered double to silence anyone who found such documents. His smile was knife-thin. I accepted both commissions. Yet, here we are, alive, Dwalin observed dryly. Here we are, Nori agreed. Because I read the histories too, though few would credit it. 3 houses tearing Erebor apart benefits none but our enemies. A true heir, even half-human, might be the only hope for peace. His expression darkened. Besides, I owe a debt to Thorin Oakenshield that gold cannot repay. The grey mountains loomed before them a fortnight later, their jagged peaks shrouded in clouds that seemed to burn with inner fire despite the snow that crowned them. Ancient dwarven watchtowers, long abandoned, stood sentinel along paths too narrow for more than single-file travel. "We're being watched," Dwalin muttered, as they made camp beneath an overhanging cliff. Like since midday, Mira had felt it too, a weight of attention that prickled along her spine. Dragons. Something else, Nori replied, his hand never straying far from his blades. Something that walks on 2 legs but isn't man or dwarf. Their answer came with the rising moon. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall and lithe, with eyes that reflected the firelight like polished gold. His features seemed to shift subtly as he approached, sometimes appearing almost dwarven in their angular strength, other times showing the refined elegance of humanity. "Strangers bearing the scent of Erebor," he observed, his voice melodious yet underscored with a rumble like distant thunder. "My guardians reported your approach days ago. Few seek these mountains willingly." Dwalin stepped forward, his hand raised in peaceful greeting rather than reaching for his axe. "We seek one left, in the care of the dragonkin, a child of 2 worlds, bearing the mark of Durin." The stranger's expression revealed nothing, but the air around him seemed to shimmer with sudden heat. That name has not been spoken here for many cycles of the moon. "What business brings you to unearth old secrets?" Mira found her courage and stepped forward, unrolling the scroll. "The king under the mountain is dead. Civil war threatens Erebor. We seek the rightful heir, the 3rd child of Dis, sister of Thorin Oakenshield." For a long moment, the stranger studied them, his gaze lingering on each face as if reading their very thoughts. Then he nodded once, decisively. Follow me, he said, turning toward a narrow cleft in the rock face. The one you seek has awaited this day, though he knows it not. I am Fern, guardian of the borderlands. The air you seek has been called Durin's flame among our kind. As they followed Fern into the mountain, Mira caught a glimpse of movement overhead, a massive shape gliding silently against the night sky, its scaled body reflecting moonlight in iridescent patterns. Not all dragons had been slain after all, and the lost heir of Erebor had been raised among them, hidden from those who would deny his birthright, but perhaps shaped for purposes beyond mere kingship. What manner of king would return to claim the crown of the Three Mountains? And what ancient plans of dragonkind might unfold when he did? The answers awaited them in the heart of the Grey Mountains, where fire met ice and destinies long separated would finally converge. Story 5. The ancient oak vanished without sound, without struggle, as if it had never stood sentinel at the edge of Hobbiton for 800 years. One moment it dominated the horizon, its massive trunk wider than 3 hobbits with linked arms could encircle. The next morning, only a perfect circle of midnight black soil remained, smooth as a looking glass and cold to the touch. No roots, no splinters. Nothing to suggest the mighty tree had been felled by axe or saw. It simply ceased to exist, as had 11 others along the eastern border of the Shire in the past fortnight. Frodo Montero closed his uncle's weathered journal with trembling fingers. The diagrams within, painstakingly copied from elvish tablets found in the ruins of Fornost, showed similar circles appearing before the darkening of Greenwood, when that once fair forest had transformed into the shadow-haunted realm of Mirkwood. The same patterns had preceded the awakening of the Barrow Wights and the corruption of Fangorn's easternmost glades. Always at the edges, Frodo murmured, adjusting the round spectacles perched upon his nose. Always before something ancient stirs. Though he bore the same name as his famous ancestor, this Frodo had never sought adventure. Grand nephew of the legendary Bilbo Baggins, he had inherited his forebear's scholarly nature, but none of his wanderlust. His comfortable hobbit hole overflowed with maps, manuscripts, and relics collected by generations of unusually curious Bagginses. While other hobbits tended gardens and brewed ale, Frodo translated ancient texts and corresponded with the dwindling elven scholars of Middle-earth. Now, as Frodo lit his pipe beside the circle where the oak had stood, the wind carried whispers that slithered rather than blew. Words in no language he recognized, yet somehow understood in the deepest chambers of his heart. The devourer wakens, the compact is broken. The shadow returns, talking to trees again, Master Baggins. The friendly voice belonged to Sam Gardner, Frodo's closest friend and descendant of the Samwise, who had accompanied the ringbearer into Mordor itself. Or rather, talking to where trees ought to be. Unlike his scholarly companion, Sam embodied the sturdy practicality hobbits were famous for. Broad-shouldered from years tending the Shire's finest orchards, his weathered face perpetually creased with good humor beneath a mop of sun-bleached curls. "Something walks between the trees, Sam," Frodo replied, pointing to the disturbed earth at the forest's edge, where a set of massive prints led into the shadows. Not the rounded impressions of deer or boar, but something with 5 clawed toes, each as long as a hobbit's forearm. Something that takes the ancient trees, something that whispers. Sam's smile faded as he studied the tracks. "Reminds me of the stories old Gaffer Cotton tells. About the devourer that came before the Dark Lord, before even the elves awakened, said to feed not on flesh, but on living roots and ancient memories." Before Frodo could respond, a horn's clear call pierced the evening air. 3 short blasts followed by 1 long note, the signals of the bounders, the Shire's border guards, warning of danger approaching. "That's coming from East Farthing," Sam said, already beginning to run. "Near my cousin's farm." Dawn found the East Farthing in chaos. Barnabas Gardner's farmhouse stood empty, the door splintered outward, as if something had burst from within rather than breaking in. Inside, furniture lay scattered like kindling, and upon the walls, strange symbols had been carved, not scratched or painted, but seemingly burned into the wood by touch alone. Most disturbing of all was the black circle in what had been the garden, identical to those where ancient trees had vanished. "It came for Barney while we slept." Sam's voice cracked with emotion. "I'd have been here too, but for meeting you yesterday, it should have been me. Then we would be searching for you instead," came a deep voice from the doorway. The dwarf who stood there was splendidly attired in armor of blue steel, chased with silver runes, his auburn beard intricately braided with sapphire beads. Behind him, 2 more dwarves kept watchful eyes on the forest edge, axes gleaming in the morning light. Balin Stonecrown, the dwarf introduced himself with a formal bow. "Emissary of Erebor, sent to investigate disturbances along the ancient route roads." "Route roads," Frodo repeated, the term stirring a memory from his studies. "The network of elder routes that connects the ancient forests of Middle-earth," Balin explained. "Pathways beneath the earth that were old when even the Ents were saplings. Something stirs along these roads, something that devours the anchor trees and leaves blackness in its wake." Sam stepped forward, grief momentarily overcome by anger. "This is no concern of dwarves. My cousin has been taken, as have 3 dwarven miners, 6 men of Dale, and an elven warden from what remains of Lothlorien," Balin countered grimly. "Whatever hungers in the dark does not discriminate in its feeding." "Not feeding," Frodo said quietly, studying the symbols burned into the walls. "Searching. These are variants of ancient Quenya, but corrupted." His finger traced the air above one particularly complex sigil. "This one repeats. It means key or perhaps opener." A soft laugh like wind through autumn leaves drew their attention to the window, where a figure perched impossibly on the narrow sill. She moved with liquid grace as she slipped into the room, her form slight, yet radiating coiled strength. Pointed ears betrayed her elven heritage, though her close-cropped silver hair and leather armor marked her as no conventional elf. "The Hobbit scholar has keen eyes," she observed, her voice melodious despite its hardened edge. "I am Galathea, once of the woodland realm, now sworn to hunt what others will not face." "Another latecomer to our troubles," Sam muttered. "I have tracked the shadow paths for 12 moons," Galathea corrected him, "since the first disappearance at the roots of the Grey Mountains. The trail leads ever southward, anchor tree to anchor tree." Her silver eyes fixed on Frodo with unsettling intensity, always seeking something, always whispering one word beneath its hunger: Baggins. They left at dusk, following tracks visible only to Galathea's elven sight, a trail of faint luminescence like starlight trapped in dew. Balin insisted on accompanying them, though his dwarven companions remained behind to warn the Shire if more disappearances occurred. The trail led deep into what locals called the Brackenbough, a tangled woodland beyond the tamed orchards of the Shire, where ancient trees crowded together and mist clung to the forest floor, even on the brightest days. Few hobbits ventured there, claiming the twisted oaks whispered warnings to those who listened. Tonight, the forest was eerily silent. No crickets chirped, no owls called, even their footfalls seemed muffled, as if the very air swallowed sound. "We're being watched," Galathea whispered, notching an arrow to her bow. From the shadows between trees, I smell no orc, no goblin, Balin growled, hefting his axe, but something reeks of old earth and older malice. The attack came not from the shadows, but from beneath. The ground erupted before them, showering them with loam and rotting leaves as a massive figure heaved itself from the earth. 8 feet tall and half as broad, its hide resembled weathered granite, with tufts of moss and lichen growing from cracks in its stony skin. Bulbous eyes glowed amber in the darkness, fixed upon the companions with frightening intelligence. "Troll!" Balin roared, charging forward with his axe raised. Frodo had read of mountain trolls, cave trolls, and even the mighty Olog High bred by Sauron himself, but never had texts mentioned one that emerged from the earth like a swimming creature surfacing from water. Before Balin's axe could fall, the troll spoke, its voice surprisingly melodious despite emerging from a mouth seemingly carved from bedrock. "Strike not, son of stone," it rumbled. "Grimble seeks not man flesh nor dwarf bone." Grimble watches the rootways where the Whisperer walks, its massive head swiveled toward Frodo. Grimble has waited for the ringkin since the stealing of the anchor oak. Galathea's arrow remained trained on the troll's eye. What manner of troll speaks in riddles and names itself? No ordinary troll, Frodo realized aloud. A stone shepherd. "I thought they were only legends, trolls who rejected darkness and were transformed by the Valar to tend the deep places." Grimble's rocky mouth split in what might have been a smile. "Clever little hobbit. Grimble tends the roots and stones." His expression darkened, but now roots scream and stones weep. "The devourer burrows where no light has touched since the breaking of the world." "Where is my cousin?" Sam demanded, displaying courage despite his fear. "Where has this devourer taken him?" Grimble extended a massive hand, uncurling stone fingers to reveal a simple wooden button. The man-child dropped this on the deep path. He lives still. The devourer seeks not his flesh, but what he carries in his blood. "Which is what?" Balin asked. "Memory," Grimble answered. "The memory of the ring that passed through Baggins' hands. The shadow of its touch echoes through bloodlines." His glowing eyes fixed on Frodo. "As it echoes in you, ring kin." Frodo's hand unconsciously moved to his waistcoat pocket, where a plain gold band hung on a silver chain, an heirloom passed down from Bilbo, said to be a simple gift from dwarven friends, a trinket, nothing more. He had worn it since childhood, never thinking. "The devourer seeks the key to unlock what sleeps beneath," Grimble continued. "The ring you bear is not what it seems, not made by dwarves, but by one who came before the Dark Lord, one who taught the craft of rings before withdrawing into shadow." "Impossible," Balin breathed. "All the rings of power are accounted for in lore." "Not all rings are rings of power," Galathea said quietly. "Some are keys to doors never meant to be opened." Grimble led them through hidden ways, tunnels formed by the intertwining roots of ancient trees, passages that seemed to bend the very fabric of distance. Hours of travel brought them hundreds of leagues from the Shire, emerging finally in a mist-shrouded grove where massive trees formed a perfect circle around a pool of water black as midnight. At the pool's center stood a small island, and upon it a stone altar. Chained to the altar was Sam's cousin Barnabas, along with others, men, dwarves, even an elf in the tattered remains of a Lorien cloak. Above them loomed a figure of living shadow, its form constantly shifting like smoke in wind, yet always suggesting something vast and serpentine. "The devourer," Grimble whispered, "ancient when Morgoth was young. It feeds not on flesh, but on the memories in blood, seeking knowledge of the key." The shadowy entity moved among its captives, tendrils of darkness extending to touch each forehead. As it touched Barnabas, the hobbit cried out, not in pain but in what sounded like ecstasy, his back arching as memories were drawn forth like silver threads from his skin. It devours not their lives, but their remembrance, Galathea realized. It seeks something specific. The location of what was hidden, Frodo said, the realization dawning with terrible clarity. My uncle's ring. It's not just a ring. It's the key to something buried long ago. As if hearing its quarry, the devourer's amorphous head turned toward their hiding place, tendrils of shadow reaching outward. A voice like the crumbling of ancient foundations filled their minds. The opener comes. The cycle renews. The master stirs beneath his prison. The shadowy appendages whipped forward with impossible speed, wrapping around Frodo and dragging him toward the pool. Balin's axe and Galathea's arrows passed harmlessly through the smoky substance of the entity. Only Grimble moved with purpose, charging not at the devourer, but at the altar itself. The stone troll slammed massive fists against the ancient rock, which cracked with a sound like thunder. The black pool began to drain, spiraling downward into some unfathomable depth, pulling the shadow entity with it. As the devourer's grip weakened, Frodo found himself holding the simple gold ring before him, a talisman against the darkness. Where gold touched shadow, the entity recoiled, its form becoming more solid, more vulnerable. The counter key, Grimble called out. Not to open, but to seal. What was hidden must remain hidden. Understanding flooded through Frodo. The ring was never meant as jewelry, but as a seal, a counterweight to whatever lay beneath the pool. Its very ordinariness was its disguise, passed through generations of Bagginses not as a weapon, but as a ward against ancient evil. Drawing strength from knowledge, Frodo pressed the ring against the heart of the shadow. Light erupted from the simple band, not the corrupting power of Sauron's creation, but the pure illumination of something crafted for protection rather than dominion. The devourer shrieked, its form collapsing inward as the pool's vortex intensified. The captive's chains dissolved into mist, allowing Balin and Galathea to pull them to safety as the entire island began to sink. Grimble grabbed Frodo as the ground crumbled beneath them, his stone body shielding the hobbit as they leapt clear of the collapsing portal. The ring in Frodo's hand pulsed once with golden light, then resumed its appearance of simple crafted gold. What just happened? Sam demanded, supporting his dazed cousin. What was that thing? The servant of something older and darker than Sauron? Galathea replied, her expression grave. As something that slumbers still, thanks to the sacrifice of those who came before. Frodo looked down at the ring, so ordinary, yet forged to contain extraordinary evil. They hid the key in plain sight, he marveled. Trusted to hobbits, because we desire no power over others. The compact is renewed, Grimble intoned solemnly. The seal holds. But the master dreams still, and dreams may reach through darkness. As dawn broke over the ancient grove, the fog lifted to reveal a circle of trees, not black with corruption, but glowing with renewed vitality. The anchor trees had not been destroyed but transported, gathered by the devourer to create a gateway that now stood firmly closed. Frodo slipped the ring back onto its chain, a simple band of gold. A hobbit's trinket. The unlikeliest of keys, guarding the most terrible of doors. Come, he said to his companions, the Shire awaits, and I have histories to rewrite. Story 6. The Eternal Flame of Erebor, which had burned without interruption for 7,000 years beneath the lonely mountain, flickered a mere tremor in its ancient radiance, yet the dwarf sentinels who had maintained their endless vigil for countless generations dropped to their knees in horror. Within the flame's dancing heart, shadows twisted into terrible shapes, wings unfurling, scaled bodies stretching after eons of slumber. The obsidian walls of the chamber of perpetual fire, polished to mirror-like perfection by centuries of craftsmen, briefly reflected not the golden-red blaze, but instead the silhouettes of massive dragons, their eyes opening after an imprisonment older than memory. Then the flame steadied, and the visions vanished. But all who had witnessed the momentary faltering knew the unthinkable had begun. The eternal flame was dying. Bilbo Falqueiro knelt among the wild herbs of his garden, his nimble hobbit fingers separating medicinal leaves from weeds with practiced precision. Though he stood no taller than a human child, his sturdy frame carried the distinctive breadth of shoulders that betrayed his unusual heritage. A great-grandmother from the dwarf kingdom of Erebor who had scandalized both peoples by marrying a hobbit adventurer. A shadow fell across his garden, and Bilbo looked up to find a grey-cloaked figure blocking the afternoon sun. The stranger's beard hung nearly to his waist, and his eyes held the weight of centuries despite his otherwise hale appearance. One gnarled hand clutched a staff of twisted hawthorn crowned with a crystalline stone that seemed to contain a small storm, clouds and lightning forever churning within its confines. "And be Bilbo Falqueiro." The stranger's voice resonated with neither the melodic tones of elves nor the rumbling depths of dwarves, but something more ancient than either. "I am Gandril." The flame falters. The awakening begins. Bilbo's hand instinctively moved to his chest, where beneath his simple linen shirt hung a pendant passed down through generations, a small silver hammer crossed with an oak branch, symbols of his mixed heritage. "I don't know what you're talking about," Bilbo replied, though his heart thundered in his chest. His grandmother's tales echoed in his memory, whispered stories of a sacred duty, a bloodline oath, a time that might come when the mountains would call. "You bear the blood of Dwarven Flamekeep," Gandril stated, not a question but a pronouncement. "The seventh guardian of the sacred flame, the blood that bound the slumbering ones. The blood that alone can pass through the labyrinth of curses to retrieve what is needed." The wizard, for what else could he be, extended his hand, revealing a small iron key inscribed with runes that shifted and changed as Bilbo stared at them. "The flame of Erebor dies," Gandril continued, his voice dropping to a whisper that somehow carried the weight of thunder, "and beneath the deepest halls, the ancient worms stir in their sleep. The Stone of Fire must be recovered from the Shadow Mountains. Only one of your bloodline can retrieve it. Only you can rekindle what falters." The great eastern road stretched before them, winding through lands that grew increasingly wild and unfamiliar. Three unlikely companions: a hobbit who had never ventured beyond the borders of the Shire, a wizard considered a traitor by his order, and a dwarf woman whose features remained hidden behind an ornate silver mask. Thoria had joined their company on the second day of travel, appearing without warning at their campfire as if she had materialized from the darkness itself. Her entrance had been preceded by Gandril muttering about complicated alliances and necessary evils. "The exiled daughter of Thorin Stonefist has as much stake in this quest as any," the wizard had explained cryptically before she arrived. "Trust her skills, if not her motives." Now, a fortnight into their journey, Bilbo studied his companions as they made camp in the shadow of the Weather Hills. Gandril moved with the slow deliberation of extreme age when walking, yet in moments of danger, like their brief skirmish with hill trolls 2 days prior, He moved with the fluid grace of a much younger man. The storm crystal atop his staff occasionally discharged small lightning bolts when his emotions ran high, scorching the ground at his feet. Thoria proved even more enigmatic. Her silver mask, crafted in the likeness of a serene feminine face with eyes of inlaid sapphire, never left her features. Only when eating did she lift its lower portion slightly, revealing a chin bearing an intricate burn scar in the pattern of intertwined serpents. She spoke rarely, but when she did, her voice carried the resonant depth common to dwarves, though tinged with an accent Bilbo couldn't place. "We are watched," she announced suddenly, her gloved hand moving to the twin axes crossed at her back. "The mountains have eyes." Gandril nodded, seemingly unsurprised. "The Shadow Mountains have awakened to our purpose. The labyrinth shifts, preparing its defenses." "What exactly is this stone of fire?" Bilbo asked, gathering courage to voice the question that had plagued him since departing. "And why does it require my bloodline to retrieve it?" The wizard and the masked dwarf exchanged glances, or at least Bilbo assumed they did, though Thoria's true gaze remained hidden behind sapphire orbs. "The stone is not merely a magical artifact," Gandril explained at last. "It is a living heart, the crystallized essence of a fire drake who sacrificed itself to bind its brethren when they threatened to burn the world to ash during the First Age." "Calanthea," Thoria added, the name emerging with surprising tenderness from behind her mask. "The great Copperwing, last of the uncorrupted drakes. He gave his heart willingly to create the eternal flame that would keep his fallen kin in endless slumber." "But what does this have to do with me?" Bilbo pressed. "Dwarven Flamekeep, your ancestor, was the dwarf who performed the ritual of binding," Gandril said. "Calanthea's willing sacrifice required a counterpart, a mortal who would bind his own bloodline to the guardianship of the flame. Your ancestor infused his very essence into the magic that holds the ancient dragons in slumber. When the flame began to falter, fragments of the stone were hidden throughout Middle-earth as a safeguard, placed where only one sharing dwarven's blood could safely tread." Thoria's masked face turned toward Bilbo. "The largest fragment lies within the Shadow Mountains labyrinth, a maze where each corridor, each chamber reforms itself based on the fears of those who enter. Only your blood can distinguish true paths from false ones. Only your heritage grants you immunity to its most lethal defenses." The Shadow Mountains loomed before them, their peaks seeming to absorb rather than reflect light. No birds circled their heights. No vegetation softened their lower slopes. Ancient dwarvish runes had been carved into their black stone faces, now weathered to illegibility by millennia of wind and rain. The entrance to the labyrinth yawned open like a wound in the mountainside, an arch of obsidian framing absolute darkness. No amount of torch or magical light penetrated more than a few feet into its depths. "The darkness is not absence of light," Gandril explained, "but a substance unto itself, ancient and aware." Thoria placed a hand on Bilbo's shoulder, the weight of her dwarven strength evident even through this gentle touch. "Remember what we practiced. Your blood must lead. Your intent must remain pure. The labyrinth will twist your thoughts, conjure visions to lead you astray." Bilbo nodded, his hand clutching the iron key Gandril had given him weeks ago. Throughout their journey, the runes upon it had gradually stabilized, no longer shifting but now forming a clear message in ancient Khuz'dul: blood opens what was blood-sealed. Truth reveals what deception conceals. "I don't suppose either of you know exactly where in this endless maze the stone fragment might be?" Bilbo asked, attempting humor to mask his fear. "If we did, we wouldn't need you," Thoria replied, not unkindly. The labyrinth reconfigures itself constantly. Maps are useless. Only blood intuition will guide you true. Gandril's storm crystal flared suddenly with internal lightning. We are out of time. The flame weakens more rapidly than I anticipated. Even now, I sense movement beneath Erebor's deepest chambers. The ancient worms stretch in their sleep, their dreams reaching toward wakefulness. With a deep breath, Bilbo stepped into the darkness, his companions close behind. The moment they crossed the threshold, the outside world vanished. No light, no sound penetrated from beyond. Only their own torch illuminated a corridor that seemed to extend indefinitely in both directions, its walls shimmering with veins of some oily, reflective substance that moved like slow-flowing liquid. "This way," Bilbo said with a certainty that surprised him, turning left, though nothing visibly distinguished one direction from the other. "I can feel it. Like a heartbeat calling to my own." They walked for what seemed hours through corridors that branched, merged, and occasionally opened into vast chambers where gravity itself seemed uncertain, stalagmites growing sideways or upside down, pools of water clinging to walls rather than floors. Throughout it all, Bilbo followed an instinct he couldn't explain, choosing paths based on nothing more than a pull beneath his breastbone. In one chamber dominated by a forest of stone pillars carved to resemble screaming faces, Thoria suddenly seized Bilbo's arm. "Not that way," she hissed, pulling him back from his chosen path. "The darkness thickens there. It's a false trail." Bilbo frowned. "But the pull is strongest in that direction." "She seeks to lead you astray," Gandril said, his voice unnaturally deep. "She has always served herself first." The mask hides more than her face. It hides her true purpose. Thoria whirled toward the wizard, her axes appearing in her hands with startling speed. "Your order cast you out for a reason, Spellbreaker. You seek the stone not to save Erebor, but to harness its power for yourself." Bilbo backed away as his companions confronted each other, their voices rising to echoing shouts. Something felt wrong. Their sudden hostility too convenient, too aligned with the warnings about the labyrinth's deceptions. Blood opens what was blood-sealed. Truth reveals what deception conceals. Understanding dawned as Bilbo drew his small knife and, before he could reconsider, pricked his thumb. A single drop of his blood fell to the stone floor, and the chamber transformed. The pillars of screaming faces vanished, revealing a simple circular room with 3 identical archways. Where Gandril and Thoria had stood arguing, now remained only shadowy approximations of their forms, dissipating like smoke. "Illusions," Bilbo breathed. "The labyrinth separated us, then created false companions to lead me astray." Following his blood intuition more cautiously now, Bilbo chose the middle archway. Beyond it stretched a narrow bridge across a bottomless chasm. At the bridge's center stood his companions, the real ones this time, he somehow knew, engaged in desperate combat against shadowy figures that resembled corrupted reflections of themselves. "Bilbo!" Gandril called, his staff's crystal flaring as he repelled a shadow construct. "The stone chamber lies just beyond." "We'll hold these guardians at bay." Thoria fought with mesmerizing grace, her twin axes cleaving through shadow forms that reformed after each strike. For the first time, Bilbo noticed a crack running through her silver mask, revealing not just the burn scar on her chin, but a glimpse of her eye. An eye that gleamed with the same inner fire as the crystal atop Gandril's staff. "Go!" she commanded. "You trust your blood." Bilbo ran past them, through an archway that seemed to shrink as he approached, barely squeezing through before it sealed completely behind him. The chamber beyond glowed with soft amber light, emanating from a pedestal at its center. Upon it rested a crystal the size of his fist. pulsing with inner fire like a beating heart. As he approached, the crystal's pulse synchronized with his own heartbeat. Heat radiated from it, not burning but welcoming, recognizing. When his fingers closed around it, visions flooded his mind. A massive copper-scaled dragon willingly surrendering its heart, his ancestor, Dwarven, performing a ritual of binding, the creation of the Eternal Flame, the slumbering ancient worms sealed beneath Erebor's deepest chambers. And with these visions came knowledge. The true threat was not the awakening dragons, but what they guarded in their eternal sleep, something darker, more ancient, sealed away long before the dwarves claimed Erebor as their kingdom. The wall behind the pedestal dissolved, revealing Gandril and Thoria waiting on the other side, bloodied but victorious. Thoria's mask had shattered completely, revealing a face marked not just with burned scars, but with scales of burnished copper, the unmistakable mark of dragon blood. "You found it," she said, her exposed eyes gleaming with the same fire that pulsed within the crystal. "Now we must return to Erebor before the flame dies completely." "Before they awaken," Gandril added grimly. "Not they," Bilbo corrected, the crystal's knowledge flowing through him. "And him, the one the ancient worms were bound to contain, the one who corrupted dragons before the First Age, the shadow beneath the mountain." Thoria nodded, her partially revealed draconic features solemn. "You understand now. The flame must be rekindled. The Guardians must continue their sleep, or all of Middle-earth will face a darkness it has never known," Gandril finished. The stone pulsed in Bilbo's hand, eager to return to its purpose, to burn eternally, to maintain the most ancient ward against a forgotten evil. With newfound determination, Bilbo led his companions toward the labyrinth's exit and the long journey to Erebor beyond. The blood of the Flamekeep flowed in his veins. The ancient pact would be honored. The flame would burn once more,